Good thing I noticed early. Wait. Alright, now I'm correct. This is why you always launch a tiny bit early. To make sure everything is correct. Yeah, alright. Dum dum. Egbert Benedict. God, I love Rolly and Pat Beat. Like, they're adorable together. Fish and chips. Chip fat. Changes no story rights. Originally, she wasn't going to be pickpocket at all. Like, her clothes not quite fit properly as well. Sorry, just kind of looking through things. God, I do like the little bird on his shoulder, though. Although it's kind of funny to think of them all, like, going with the times. Although I don't like that. I don't know. I'll debate on it. But anyways, hello, welcome, good afternoon. And we'll go here again for more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Well, specifically Great Ace Attorney Adventure. Where we have the adventure of the unspeakable story. That seems like a lot of fun. Let's see. Oh, they actually have... Let's see. It'll be fun to try to do the extra things, depending on how long they are. Playing the game in all available outfits. About shovels and spades. Ladders and step ladders. But I haven't played the Great Ace Attorney 2 yet. Let's see. Oh! Well, shoot. Ah, man. That kind of sucks. I miss things. No! Actually, what's a weird accolade before we actually start the stream? Ace Attorney 2. Oh! So we have two mystery ones. A sword and these two. Holy okay. That's a lot. Actually, let me try something before I actually begin. Sorry about that. Yeah. Alright, it is 2 o'clock now. So, let us begin. And And be prepared, y'all, because I am not stopping until this is done. So let's go. The Hound of the Baskervilles. The Adventures of the Unspeakable Story. And in white-hot flames.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through
Let's
the
defend
thick
some
wall
fox!
fog around
Yeah!
Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistols I cocked it, and I waited breathlessly in the stillness.
Stillness.
Silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames.
That's a big old dog.
Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles.
Baskervilles. A spy in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country. And in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. It is hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Consultancy. Yeah. I like that they still have the Daruma there. That's a nice touch. Looking by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes? Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So, shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? If their bellies are full, you can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. But I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright for now. But the green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time in Iris' unique herbal infusions. This place is paradise for a true tea lover. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? Cut out that green tea. So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan. So many Sada-sans! Let's hope she hasn't noticed me sipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Tea's a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face, so. I've been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. You could tidy up once in a while. Sada-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. Time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. Time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. She wins, but I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. Know your place! Ah, the Daruma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. Decided to color the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. It feels as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer. I tell you what, why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? If you insist. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. Ahem. It was just a boring little telegram. That's 3 times now that she tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruto-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all? You mean, as regards Lord Van Zykes, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's a low comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. Legend of the Reaper is to be believed. It would mean he wields a sword of justice himself. Think of it. I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zykes hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before. I wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face some mystery since Beta Trials then. Just my luck. I wonder, if luck doesn't come into it... Sorry? What was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Sheldon Sweets. Morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Oh god, he's... Sholmes. Iris? What is it, Bruno? What is that terrible noise? Sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Hurley is in the best form this morning, it seems. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Good morning. good morning. To die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me. If it's not too much trouble. Meow. Cat! 0 cases solved. A lot of violin bows broken. 800 cups of tea drank. World is a fuck. Look, it's Wagahi. Wagahai. Good morning, boy. That is a calico. That is most likely a girl. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Don't worry about it. Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. It is a girl. All calicos are girls. I noticed something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. The fire's burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. Is that supposed to mean something to me? The woman? The whammons. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Is that a Norse machine usually on it? You can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, you may find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. Ah yes, the letters V and R inscribed on the wall in bullet holes. Isn't it the initials of the Queen or something? That's all I like to see in the flesh, having read about it in the stories. It was so inspiring. I've fired 100 arrows into my own wall at home to make the characters for Susato, you know? Burr? Perhaps there are some things the great detective does that you don't need to copy. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently. There's already set up in the typewriter, look, as if she's about to start. That reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris is in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed. Ah yes, Mr. Natsume. Bitch, not related to the stream, but you can buy Penny's hair bow. What? Wait, you can? Alright, that's probably something I gotta look up later. Kind of the big old hair bow. That's what I'll be doing too, once I'm back in Japan, he said. Through tightly clenched fists and teeth. It's in the shop, 20 bucks! Oh my god. This is where Iris left on ideas, isn't it? Let's see, what does it say today? Ah, the Buscom Valley Mystery. Oh, how intriguing. Must be the title of Iris' latest work. Oh my, I wonder if that fantastic tale awaits us. Susato-san would 100% have a True Crimes podcast. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melatonin tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored, to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion! Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man. The next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh. Why is this happening to me? They take the turn I have for the violin from me. What is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... your desk looks rather empty today. Well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do your credit. No, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours. Sure not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windibanks now. Sorry, is that Windibanks? No, Windibanks. The pawnbrokery. What? You mean you pawned out a Norse machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh. What's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they're able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they burnt. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see? Especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So when we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibanks, you see? Pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. What you gotta say? Wagahe. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to the little Wagi. Huh. It would appear his previous owner has completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews as empty as the hearts of the muses. You take that back, Sholmes! Yeah, key. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Wagi back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. He could have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Wagi is adorable. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You're observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right, it can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like walking in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps any way I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. Must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Hehehe. Oh, what was that? Like a high? What happened? What was that? Oh no! Wakahai's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Shelton's precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. As the cat is a more accomplished musician than I am. And I know. Aw, Mr. Shelms really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. So this is a violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius. One of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. Doesn't really look anything special to me. I happened upon it, covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. Keeping up to use Looney Tune-ass portal holes, but only for cat doors. Yeah, just wherever it wants to go. Cat doors. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No. There is none. Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? Hmm? What do you mean, Miss Susato? Oh, Susie's right! Yes. The tone of the wood is completely different. Is that all? I'm sure there are no cracks here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? You're right! You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what? Pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. God dang. Gotta have this story of the missing viola. Sorry, missing violin. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this violin... Sorry, this viola, I mean. What was at Winterbanks until last week? At the pawnbrokers? Mr. Shone's beloved musical partner. There's a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let the beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Last week, I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Winterbank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. My ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timber of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw! Fine state of affairs this is. And why you always say, Mr. Naruhodo? Never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which you are faced? You must visit Mr. Winterbank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fresh your eggs even more obtusely. Alright, say no more. Let's go then. Don't worry, Bruno. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. If it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. Where if there's anything on Baker Street? Let's see. Look at all the different things at the window of this shop. Ah, that's Winterbanks, the pawnbrokery. It looks much smarter than the pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn-shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. Me tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us make us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. Tell that to my fountain pen. Yep, this place is definitely a pawnbroker. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I don't like those little puppets down at the bottom right. The frickin' Pinocchio looking one has seen some shit. Get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things, I don't understand, is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We're calling on matters of business, not pleasure. Clearly, Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo. It's time to inform Mr. Winterbank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. I can't examine the dolls. Okay, I'm not interested then. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Winterbank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. I shall have to take my own life. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I might just say one more thing before I pop off. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard... Ah, there it is. You did? And when I turned to controversy, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, 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 stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. Whew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. I am not repeating that line again. That's the best you're gonna get. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. That'll laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes or such. My, a new full-fledged novel? It's unpublished? Sorry, I've yet to read, you mean? Ah, forgive me! Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. You must know more. Tell me everything! He's really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought it in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more. It has something of great value indeed. The lace manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I think you pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings. Securely. Of course, sir. Of course. The safe and sound with me, I assure you. On my life. This is all very strange. Wonder, can I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that stable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, I must say. My, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. But I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me, plus the agreed interest, the items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered to sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed, then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belonging be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never take up one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Winterbank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winterbank? What's that deep sigh about? Did Sholmes create a camera? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Here's your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Ah yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film that's so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. Okay, that is the door. I thought that was like a red curtain. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but two cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred brokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heavens help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winterbank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry. I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Winterbank is nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. I like that picture of the dog over there. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. I explain the thing that catches my eye far from the ledger. Mr. Ralber here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd... blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? I was hoping to look at the shovels. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Commander, no, it's not something I tend to do. There's but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Oh, sorry about that. Sleeps. He places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth did you know that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes? You are a wonder! And the prime suspect at this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items, offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which he loaned must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in a shop for sale, at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period for safekeeping. So you may pawn that black cover of yours without fear, my dear fellow. Church in university form? Never! It embodies my student spirit! Gotta keep that spirit. What do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows we're looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It's aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. That's what you do. There is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you'll need to be cross-eyed. However, that is beyond you. It is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Snowhodo, you must see! At once! Alright then. Be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What the? I don't believe it. Yeah, but if you're able to do it, like, you'd see, like, a 3D image. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yeah, it's hard for me to do without being, like, super focused on something. Startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. Big focus, small brain. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April, today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight. Hey! UV Reactive, thank you for following. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Midnight, I tell off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I had to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. But yeah, we're at the final episode of Great Ace Attorney Adventure. We're currently going through I would say a bit of padding until we get to the actual mystery. But we'll see how it goes. Oh, I guess I need to continue to examine the, pawnbrokery. Look at this! What could this lovely, big, shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Yes, but I've never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. Never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. What else is there to examine? Oh, there we go. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here, look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. Hmm? What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing! No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. Feels as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't bad, you know it! That uncle's barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Oh. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right! I even had a proper butcher's at it! See, all I need to see, young girl. Yep, it's her again. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Ah, yes, it's the young lady. From Mr. McGilda's child 2 months ago. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Mr. Lestrade. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel, sorry, coat, have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes! So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Let me see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf. Pull the other one! I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get on my business, go on, or I'll make trouble for ya. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. I think he has in his hand. Some kind of metal disc? And you! Go on! Leave me alone! Ah, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. You shan't be offended in the slightest. Son can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. that's a problem, is it? No, no, not at all. It's just that... Well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see you written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, then I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose... sometimes... You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But not this time, alright? I swear! That thing belongs to me! At this time, Mr. Winterbank is holding. As we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Winterbank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps in its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In a music box? What? You don't even know what a music box is? Psst, you Eastern ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. You just never seen one of those discs before. Also, Yang, how's my gutter snipe so far? The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays. So incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc? Circling around the drain, baby doll. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There's so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. And no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers run an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies! He told me he did! He said it was... well... He? Who? No one you mind, it just ain't right, that's all. That disc was good money, I know it is. Well then, you have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Ah! She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. Tatterdemalion. Hold up. I am looking up words. Tatterdemalion. Ragged or disreputable in appearance.
Tatterdemalion.
Tatterdemalion. Now I'm just gonna... And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc you brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry? What do you mean? What you actually brought in was a storage ticket. Ah, a storage ticket. So... Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A guy like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it, and repaid both the yellow and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Do you tell us, Mr. Winterbank? The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that you redeemed. Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? Oh, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree at a price. So this said Mrs. Straw brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which I returned to her care as I understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Oh, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you meant this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please! Who's this JoJo looking fuck? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There's no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you tend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. That's so mo fucking Speedwagon! Yeah, I was about to say, it's made in the checkered pattern in that it's like white, purple, and blue. Like, one, that's a color palette I can appreciate, but two, it don't fit this fuck. I mean, it does fit this fuck, but he looked like a villain. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a jet, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You have the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, that is. What? You mean from you? Broker? Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie! What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say. Any music box discs, too. No, you can't have it! You just can't! It's me old man! Or it was, now it's mine! Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. I think that's putting it lightly. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying... What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously! I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it! I swear to God! It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these black slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Like, also, that is a JoJo pose if I've ever seen one. Come Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you want to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Oh, 100%. Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. And you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant! I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. Then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good, sir. Why'd I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's... Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep the activity secrets. And there's just Mr. Sholmes there again. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well... Anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. But anyways... Select a secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. A data deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, ask for the ticket and the watchword. If that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you acquired already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But, ow! Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt. Yeah, but Gina would have had to know the watchword too. What you gotta say, Mr. Speedwagon? Picture postcard gentleman. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. What the fuck was that movement? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first, before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Eggert Benedict. His name is Eggs Benedict. Like, that's probably just a pseudonym, but still. Fucking Eggert. Enchanté. Sorry, finding how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once. Do someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes. I can't stand watching him. Egbert Benedict. So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egbert Benedict, sir. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh dear. Regret to inform you, sir, that what was you deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're any more of what's rightly mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine! Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Yes, there's blood on the disc. Because of all those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me old man. So you're not having it. Or you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep all of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't! He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? Solve this. Gotta have the court record. Oh, there's a scrap of paper stuck into the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. It is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget, for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Look at all the little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the cone to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict. Mr. Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him. The pin scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Oh, just thinking about it hurts. It puts me off eating radish. Oh wow, those are sharp! Like, I thought those would be just like little smooth bumps, but nah, those are pins. Wow, Miss Lestrade is really looking taggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Last year. We have to do something about this before he reaches for that revolver of his. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes? What are you examining with such a keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. truly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So for any mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then, why on earth didn't you join the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know? Yes, I overheard such a conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh? Surely you're not about to tell us. Have you solved the entire case once again? My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? Seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. He knows it will help us to resolve the situation between Miss Strada and mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Alright, do we listen to the deduction, or do we leave it? Because I feel like the deduction is gonna listen. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where's the blue blazes are you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away! Not on an hour later! Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Is Egston Benedict supposed to be like a Moriarty? Mr. Eggert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? Turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that, once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Alright, time to correct how things will go. But these are a lot of fun. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you have ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the streets. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place. The staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement for this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your action. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course... How about the initials right on the handle? The end of any walking stick would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. I love this silly little glasses. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. the rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? Well, and in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the enter to the Mexican genre to present yourself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your action betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle you see. The moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. The walking cane demands such a stout handle, I mused. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Oh my god. Great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with this broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Say, for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let's consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floors. The answer is revealed by the council note on the counter on which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. That gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. According to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway. The flow is in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposed. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. But master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. This is a great exhibition. I'm afraid you quite lost me. Currently in the final stage of preparation, the great exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank. The special reserve funds for the great exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. That is nowhere near right. Mr. Sholmes? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, before we continue, I need to do something right quick. Alright, give me a moment. Oh shoot, yeah, I am. I bet y'all just saw my mouth moving and I was just like, meh, 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 meh. Yep, set it back, did everything else, forgot to unmute me. Whoopsie doodle. Alright. Back to it then. I was like, why is the text advancing? A very simple reason, Yang, because I am stupid. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. First of all, let's see. We already know about this part. So we don't need to read it again. Gotta just wait until we get to new text. Been there, lol. As revealed by, well, what you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place? It's a staff recruitment flyer. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? Would I bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? I love the little drawing. Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. Don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gino Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. There's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness, there's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if you showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. Look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Winterbank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline, 15th of April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper?
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Winterbank's Pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. You've gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. I've had this cane for years. The of which I speak is, of course, like, he had it! What's a ferrule? It's a metal cap commonly found in the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. The bit that makes a nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recall it when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's something secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Look here, Mr. Sato. There are some letters on the handle. Ah, yes. Those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So her look shown to be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh, AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
Yeah! We doing the big reveals. The nation of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? Are we like to believe, sir, that your initials are EB? Yet in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't. You said before that you had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true nature. Well, we heard something. Yeah, call you, sir. Is something wrong? In your calling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of a next syndrome to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. Seal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. We know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart. Look. So it is. Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl. I think it was probably the sound of the seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. These are all stretched to bursting, and you wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If we were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can I make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought.
Take that!
The split seam, which Emily would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so baldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage. I'm sorry. Pausing here to just go over the sentence. Designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage. Now, if that ain't a British sentence if I've ever seen one. Just the phrase, designed a wheeze. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? No? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? Could I possibly have known the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? No? Miss Gillian did. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawn property of another. The method is revealed by the council note on the counter. Nope. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, now we're talking tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If we didn't know that word, Mr. Winterbank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Winterbank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. The question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? But he didn't redeem it first! Look at this, Mr. Sato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Winterbank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Winning must make a note of the watchwords his customer give him, right before their eyes. In an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see.
Take that!
Method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has at hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in the shop for your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside, and then observed her talking to Mr. Winterbank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as in his common practice, he observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from his pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. Why, naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us what we need to know. The things we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets. It isn't even worth a penny, and yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? Perhaps you already had the evidence you need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Yep.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads for McGilded. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded, an unfortunate philanthropist who had perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. The true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Whee! can smell the gutter from here. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not our name expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is the 15th of April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February. Precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. At 10:30 in the evening. Precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deduction you choose. However, I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? Alright, Yang. Hand over the disc or absolutely not. And risk getting shot. Wait, hold up. Actually, I have a simple solution. It's fine. Alright. Let's try absolutely not and get shot. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Mr. Windibank? This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Mr. Windibank, no! Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson! Inspector? That's alright, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forwarding my own life and my own establishment. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Bear no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. Yeah, man's head shaped like a thumb. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come without you down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads! What's with the beat officer, too? Sir! Steps at pawn shops around here recently, so we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him! It's mine, that is! Mine! I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? So at least demand something as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. we were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. At the very least, it seems like this will end with the... what happened to Mr. McGilded. See? That's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is read you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh, really, Mr. Sod? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that? Yeah, the D let me keep it, after I took daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scalper. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. Can't help feeling that's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc? Mr. Winterbank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm going to go and have another bash. Give him a long odd stare. I think that's not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Winterbanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. You can't be helped, I'm afraid. Police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Winterbank. Well, that disc's mine! I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in this coat's pocket. There should be something else and all. That's what that rotten cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Oh, she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So, what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? I should be delighted to cook, I'm sure. And I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No, Ta. Oh. Why would I come round your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering. But perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later, then. Nope, nothing new about the shovel. Ah, Susie and Reno. Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Guinea! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Oh, Iris seemed overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh, yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry. I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. But I don't know what to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really? He behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Can't think of it. Wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering. Am I right? Oh, how did you... Hehe, oh Runo, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. So, by Guinea, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. And then, I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Jean wants me to make the whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. Hope she does actually come. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Shirley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Oh shit. Mommy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father, well, he had to go far away land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mystery cases together. You didn't mention that before. I think I know who it is. You wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the smell chest over there. Really? You recorded them all? So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes... Well, he did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most dangerous, taxing cases? Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up and found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when he found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. His father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock. And Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, must have been done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, I've lived with Telly all these years. You might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I also know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyways, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. Always heard Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Harry's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It's quite a shock for everyone. And you can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. His father, he went to some distant land and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Yep, the first case. John H. Wilson. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Mr. Sato? Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Mr. Sholmes. Wherever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? You tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilden's disc. Oh my! Then, what's it doing here? Hehehe. You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that, though I have an undeniable turn for detection, Maya will even more adept at larceny. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Uno would be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime information. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Grayson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. One only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking whatever it is of Miss Gilded down to the yard, thank you very much. So I hand it over. Oh yes, of course. Please demand something as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did. But I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. Press the disc into a pair of bars, like this. That's amazing! And all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Considerably softer, making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. You can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From this image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. So that means it's fairly small then. What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easily produced and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. We have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played in. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Why not go to Mr. McGilda's place and see if you can use his music box? I see, so that's why. Naturally, I tested the discs in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. As you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I'm presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. Surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Magnus McGilded. None of me expected here again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. No one knows still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that there remains an unsolved case. Because it is! The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. Wait a minute! Mason looks a lot like the girl, doesn't she? So what was his ticket that the girl took? And he was supposed to give the music disc to Mr. McGilded. I'm probably like thinking way too far ahead, but he has a shocking resemblance to the girl. The truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilda was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes. You may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Winterbank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in his pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mysteries lies dormant in my storeroom. Were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you was, and sensed it as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place out for it. More secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up. Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Uh-oh. Ah! What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie? What did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Mrs. Soda is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles, has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe, till it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see? So that's why the manuscript is at Winterbank's. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade! This was a bad idea. I knew I wasn't welcome. I'm going. No, wait! Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Hey, Super Perfume 95. I have been in Ace Attorney hell for 5 weeks now. Trying to get through episode 5. And then we're going to take a pause so I can get through Ravenlock. And then we're going to get right back to the next Great Ace Attorney Revelations. Let's see, what pronouns you use. I want to make a Arya winning. I use she, her. As they say on the online instances. But yeah, she, her pronouns. Jenny, I have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Are you a wedding daughter? Slash Jen. So far definitely not losing. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home. Don't stand at the door, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some meddlesome? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is then. Cat! Has Iris killed a man? Not as far as I know. That evening, Iris prepared a solemn meal that was even more delicious than usual. I wish to hunt Herlock for sport. Don't hunt Herlock! He did nothing wrong! Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris' cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Please don't. Naruhodo-san, can I consult with you about something? I wonder. What's the matter, Susanoo-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. Go ahead, Super Mew. There are no such things as stupid questions. Do I have a Tumblr? Yes, but I don't really use it. At least I don't really use it for its intended purpose. Like, I don't have that much art to put down. I don't really put all my thoughts on there. I kind of like use it intermittently. I posted a cat once a day. Maybe someday if I add it to my official, links. You can follow me on Twitter, though. I believe I have that link down below. Super sexy. Gotchi Hot Mew 95. Yeah, Twitter is a bit easier to reach me. Twitter fucking scares me. Yeah, Twitter's kind of scary. I can definitely get behind that thought. But, let's see. Let's see. Yeah. I made sure to write down your name so I don't forget. And also, Tumblr does have rich people, you just don't know who they are. Like, Neil Gaiman's on Twitter. Not Twitter, Tumblr. Neil Gaiman practically lives on Tumblr. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose we shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who can that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Ah, Iris. Hello again. And Gina, too. Yes, Jenny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Jenny? Well, yeah. Good evening, friends. I have murdered a man. Iris wouldn't murder anybody. Again. Lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh? What in particular? All those things Jenny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I learned about the magic of friendship and also how to fight God. So, Persona 5? Well, actually, I guess Persona 4 is closer to fighting God. I won't say what you fight in Persona 5, just for those that haven't played it. Wrong franchise, Iris. Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine! My, how did you... What's a franchise? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I've forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. Oh my god. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Jenny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Haha. Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yeah, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. Hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about really, but... It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mantle script, or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. Not as surprised as you are, though. My daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? Aww. He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land. And he'll be gone a very long time. So, I never really met him. Oh, right. Gotta think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Don't. Iris, this Hounds of the Baskervilles story. Take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts? That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've seen him like that. It pains me to say this after you toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time. Under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works! I'm not at liberty to say. Not now, so please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Winterbank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my gut, that does! He's treating you like a child. I mean, it's mean, that's what it is. Keep on secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? What up, Ginny? I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born. Not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. That's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diamond's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all report to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to our parents, I mean. I thought it'd make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that manuscript or whatever, right? Oh, come on! That's obviously a load of rubbish. Am I? Why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really an old Winterbank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bare-faced liars, a lot of them. He just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling ya, that metal script ain't of Winterbank's. You'd see it if you had a look. God, I'm hungry. Probably gonna be pausing my voice for a bit, because I am hungry, and I got a bar of chocolate with me right here. And if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time! Come on, Jenny, we should go back downstairs. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. God, chocolate hit the spot. It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Oh, please. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night, too. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? Sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She's probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. For an hour? Oh. Indulge me. Look out the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Oh shit, is she dead? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on in this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's... Oh no. I think you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruto. Oh wait. Must investigate at once. Go? Door to Windibanks. It's open. And the lamp is burning. Wasn't it? Let's hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Oh shit. That ain't good. Oh yes, there is. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But... after them, go! Right! Blast! I've lost them. Hello, hello. What have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. But you know something about that. Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? What's behind me? I ran back to Windibanks. Ooh, we get a video.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruto.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door.
Hey! Welcome back, Ida. Woo! A gun! Glad to see you here again. Right when things get really interesting. Oh shit. Yeah! Raid! Hello, Hida. Hello, Kururu. You got here just in time, right when things are heating up. Hey! Hey here, Nate. Thank you for the cookies. Thank you for the follow. Bang! Alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, look at the model for that doll. Oh, that ain't a good look. It's Gina? At that moment, Winterbeck's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. I mean, I am about, let's say, 2 hours and 30 minutes into this chapter. I think I'm going at a pretty good pace, or at least I'd hope so. Because I am completing this chapter tonight. Even if I have to go past my time frame. But yeah, like, I'm trying to do one chapter a week. Or, well, like, one chapter every Friday. Except for next Friday, which is going to be Ravenlock. Because I really want to play that game. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before the dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. But, yeah. Like, definitely doing the classic Ace Attorney thing, where they combine the mystery of the first and second chapters to make one big fifth chapter. Well, actually, no, this would be the first and third chapter, sorry. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Shirley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Winterbank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside a shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Winterbanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Winterbank, I suppose? I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. So, where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Winterbanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinner's. They're tending to him there. I must see him. At once! I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair! I'm a family member, I should be allowed! No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. Mr. Sada stayed behind the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I realized Inspector Gregson attributed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. Sorry I'm stumbling on words. No one can see him at the moment. The bullet turned him into a ghost. The hospital is trying to reverse it. I mean, is that what most hospitals are trying to do? Trying to prevent you from turning into a ghost or reversing that process? De-ghostification. I don't understand why they arrested Guinea. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? Now, if you're already a ghost... Listen, some hospitals are able to work the miracles. They just need Dr. House there. After all... Not really dead, didn't they? No, someone was dead, Iris. On the floor in the storeroom, where he keeps all the deposited articles. The storm door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Tino was found next to him on the floor as well. Detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well? I need the salt, a witch's candle, and the Oogie board to ER stat. The what board? Yeah, you know, the Waluigi board. Gotta get that Ouija board. Afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Dina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Ah yes, I'd love to. He's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. I can see you're ready for action. I would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Forget to take me with you when you go. Haley! Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. Nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happening. Haley has been a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad at all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, hello. What have we here? This water's off limits. No business. So what are you two doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know. We're Hurley's next of kin. Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir? A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver is a mysterious family, eh? That's how you see us. Sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he is currently in the operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh. I read a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Dude got that strong coffee. Hello, Gina. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Jenny, I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we're thinking that we might be able to help you. But you can't. Sorry. You heard? Get lost. Don't be like that, Jenny. No, you didn't do it. Never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. If I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay me hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some code came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. Yeah. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? I don't understand, Gina. Why didn't you send the public defender away? You want me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll put it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it always been for me growing up in the black slums. Me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers. Or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been told out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could... Forget it! Ginny, don't you trust Bruno? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night, at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and... you know the rest. Why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diamond ain't easy, you know? It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Jenny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? You know the liars? I'm the biggest of the lot. You know some unforgivable lies I have. What do you mean by that? Unforgivable lies. What do you mean for, Gina? When you said you were the biggest liar of the lot. Why didn't you tell us what those unforgivable lies we told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Kenny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Man. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. Meow. Pockets of his coat. Ain't no point in me having it. And the bird like that was doing in the pocket of that overcoat. Oh, wait. Bother coming again. Bye. Kenny. Well, I know what I need to do. Here. So I'm written on it. 13th February, 9 p.m. Arnica deposited 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th of April, 9 o'clock p.m. A redemption ticket? Very? That could be significant. Just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Mr. McGinnis out of the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So, do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Yes, if it's something Miss McGilda deposited, we need to investigate. Here, Gina, look at this. No, Ta. I wasn't saying you could have it. Oh, want ya? Well, when someone says I can't have stuff, it makes me want it, but see. So you better hand it over now. No, I'm not giving it to you. Dang, look at that man's stride. This is where it happened, then. Last night. That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But, apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. Which means they're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oh, I heard that! Oh, it's him. Oh, Inspector, good morning. I suppose I'll have to thank you for your vigilance last night. Not of the same floor was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the 2 rogues get away, mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming! I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley, and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital attending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runa's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. Yeah, that man looks better without the hat. Looks less like a thumb. Jen in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Do you believe it? It's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, well, me manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice. Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me. If you'd like some. Gotta have his pinky all the way out. Ah, lovely. Ta very much. Thoroughly hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. One small box. Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Oi, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene for Pete's sake. No touching. What's the problem, Gregsy? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I'm so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Narahara had to have been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter. Show me some representation papers. I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. The only way. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Do you know you're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid... Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the... And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you... How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's been operated on at St. Sinner's. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know? I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's specialty. No visiting at all. Oh. And it takes a bite, his fish respawns instantly. Yeah, he's got the infinite cone of fish and chips. Oh no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make you the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better. Of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as ready before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course... Oh yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I'll put your ladyship the moment I hear it's out of the operating theater. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, Sunshine! Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny! I'm a cop and we don't go on for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's cause of those adventures of Herlock Sholmes stories. That's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Grayson. Oh, well yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. But you're right about the Inspector, Iris. I don't remember, really. It's one of the Sholmes' lines. Grayson is the smartest of the Scotland Yards. is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Herlock Chum stories. They even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. And you blame me? All it takes is one bad one from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. Can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worry about it. That would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when the new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Gotta have all the tea. Ah, lovely. Ta very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. Message? I wonder what it could be. What's the important message? Are you going to tell me what this important message is, then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side. Your sister. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? The Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I forgot about that. One of the whipstocks took her in the yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey, and to go meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blue and messenger service. See, well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. Better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. To the Chief Justice! Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe he thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust. Yes, thank you very much. There they are. Sato-san and Lord Strongheart. I don't know what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. Not that you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Sato-san! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why were you talking about Mrs. Sato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Mrs. Sato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked! What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikatoba? The big man! He got that prion disease. Received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. It seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mrs. Sato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. Can't believe this is happening. So Dina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An all too suspicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on those open and shut cases. It's not wasting time! Jenny would never do something like that! Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In defense of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. They have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? I think Gregson mentioned something like that yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. No, pretty sure it doesn't concern us. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is, it's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her? A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair! Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with the public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. There's Sasada-san about to leave. I don't know. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. There's a very pensive look. I think we have to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. This has completely thrown me off. I just have to do what I can as a lawyer. To the prison! Ah! Hello again, Gina. What are you lot here for now? Had to muzzle that grenade launcher shot in your faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina? I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie? Well, that ain't my business. With Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believes you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't! What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Eh? What? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? Tell us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Jenny? You said something about unforgivable lies. Must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That's my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Lies are. They're obviously weighing very heavy on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? Case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You're called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. Based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of things did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGilded discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There wasn't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had the cow's blood all over them. So scared, I couldn't even speak. There's blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witness on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then, Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did, only that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? Made me swear about what I seen and what I heard. But what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. Made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp up before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore to you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. You said Mr. McGinnon made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilden sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove in the floor. A lot of little screams, see? Couldn't help it. McGilden heard that and dragged me up by my arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer while I had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? You mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at Winterbanks. So the music box disc was there, on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long. McGilden spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me. I want to mutter a word of it to no one. Because it was so dark under that seat in the cab, I was straightening my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was Miss Gilded's getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? So I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilden and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilden claimed he slept during the carriage ride. Your own testimony, Gina, supported this. Yeah, that one exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. That still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other. And McGilden was lying, as I suspected. I knew it wasn't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilden told me to hide back under the seat again. Climbed in and waited. The 2 cubs from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Alright, and after they gone, McGilden asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. Alright, I'll give you 10 guineas. Nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Winterbanks. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop his coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilden opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see. What were Mr. Gilden's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said. I'm out to send the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. The Finn's taking me overcoat to deposit with the pawnbroker hereabouts. And, well, I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right, and I'll come fetch it from you later. Something within the next 2 months. You have to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you have to go to the pawn shop, win the bank, so it is, and you have to extend the loan after the 2 months are up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend could come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me... Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by police, ain't no doubt. The coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court. To testify as witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What it is that you might say, and what is it that you want? Knew I couldn't trust Begilded. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I had to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So Begilded planned it. And coerced Sheena into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to sting me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. Tell some corkers. The thing is, he said he wouldn't make it so he wouldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened with me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on back to the slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and he was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So, I mean, Mr. McGill would have... In an heartbeat. He could have had a lot of us chased out of there if he'd wanted. And then where would we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Shones was shot, you see? You what? Harry's having a big operation right now, Jenny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Shones is gonna be alright. Right? That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Shom's sake as much as anything. Right. So, what you're saying is, if I sign that bill of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course. At the representation papers here. Do it. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing. Poor Guinea. She seems so lonely. Yeah. Well, at least this should mean maybe we can investigate the scene at Winnebaker's now. Yes. And perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done here. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. Now I have our representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. For now, it means Inspector Gregson can stop us investigating at Winnebags. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Oh my god. I don't care how late I have to stream. I am finishing this tonight. Yang, apology ahead of time if I'm going to be late for movie night. Like, I'm definitely trying to go through this as fast as I can while people still have time to, you know, read. Now just thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Elegant, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Grixie. Here are the representation papers. Lol, it's fine with me. Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigate the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened? Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. We'll be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector. If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through. It takes forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is the problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Let's not waste any time. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junks, you know? Are you alright, Runo? Oh, it's just... well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. You that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Strange contraption that lets you pictures as they were in front of your eyes. Just think, when Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, was he unaware that any of this was about to happen? Ah, look here! Oh yes, a bullet hole, and I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with this revolver in his spare time. Ah, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know? Is that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. Often? He shouldn't even do it once! Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? It's not like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, you know? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Riley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. As soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. Yeah, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It worked on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see? Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? I bet Jenny would say it's bleeding great. So, whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color, and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. We must make a note of it in the court record. Let's keep testing and adding the result of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have a reagent left, sure. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Runo? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? Your sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell the Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. There's the article ledger here, Mr. Windabank's notes, and... What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look at the back. There's some writing. Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie. Show us. One gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid £1. Redemption deadline 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. It's a very fine coat. In fact, I think... yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. It's still wearing. Must belong to McGilded. Never expected a redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. Seems Mr. Windabank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have at hand. This photograph of a cat. Looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the other one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you in for, Mr. Hardo? Get it out! Alright, alright. Let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. No, the cat's slightly different. Hey, I've got it. These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Ahead. Do you really, really, really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. So, Iris, about these 2 photographic prints. The one found here on Mr. Windabank's counter, and the one Gina gave before us. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry. If you look carefully, the 2 prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not. Who knows? Look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the 2 prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Oh, yes. That's what Mr. Shum showed us yesterday. You see, there it is. Just over there. Oh, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Hey, well, actually... it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures, even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. We'll let her explain, though. We really need to carry on investigating the scene. For one, simply have to know. Here, consider Runo. Our eyes see deaf in the world around us. Well, I just opened them, and it works. The reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye. Ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the positional objects seem to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. So that we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. I think I see, so the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see depth in these prints. Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand. Its function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. I'm dying to have a go. Sasan really loves this kind of thing. You'll be able to cross your eyes. Can you both do that? I wonder if Daddy would show. Of course, my eyes always kind of look a bit off, I think. The fact that they have an animation for that is amazing. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? The fact that they have it for both of them. Wonderful, now it's your turn, Runo. Alright, that's enough practice. Let's try looking at the prints. Slowly crossing your eyes. You try it now, Runo. Give it a try, I suppose. Put the two images for you. Now the next step. It's hard for me to do it, honestly. Yeah, I can't do it. Oh, good thing they're doing it for us. "3D cat!" Oh, yes! It works! I can see it in the middle now. I feel like I could look at it all day. I don't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. This is it. Yeah, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic image works. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. What do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? Up here. Stand at the back end. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. It's so affordable. Sure, there are no need to go around staring at cross-eyed pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Until yesterday. Certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Mr. Naruto, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I've noticed. The red smears, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susada-san has picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. Show this to her before we forget. Oh, that looks like blood. Blood finger. Oh, certainly a glove made of leather. Oh, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. So we have green and purple. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? So they must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood. Oh, you had an idea, haven't you? You know whose blood this is? Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. The turn, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well. Your Professor, no? Who do you think it belongs to? Thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He's definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim? The omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. But that would mean that his bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windbanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that a bloodstain was already on it at that time. That's smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. What good out his soul when it rushed to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. We know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude any blood in the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. You sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this. I mean... Oh, I like that! Alright, before we continue, I will be back super quick, like. Hold up. Let me just, slap this on there. And then, be back. Free. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Free. I think I gotta readjust myself. Wait, can I just hit... Oh, I can just hit R. Okay. Makes things a lot easier. Alright, we back. We Gucci. I don't even... Why I keep on saying we Gucci. I don't even like that phrase. It's a storeroom, isn't it? That's what Grexy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. The little window in the door. No! Little Banks, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. He's legal representative. You have the right to examine this scene, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. And we will. Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them. Great to the back. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. I was bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windibank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? Took one look at me and tried to run away. You think it's all y'all Inspector will run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well... I never seen a ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I don't know what to say to her. And from me, you're running away from a 10-year-old. Afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Eh? The big sad no. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of a position here, Sunshine. I told you not to get under my feet. We have investigations to ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. To how Mr. Stone's operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw, you've got eyes, haven't you? Use them! It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We'll take the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible. Oh. I see. The victim was discovered prostrate in the floor, thuswise. That's the aforementioned body. We discovered the vile guts of child. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. Still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand. Simply, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In our pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? You say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which these are Ladyship's friends. It's something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Really, right? Is he? The thing is, don't mention your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Jones is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well, out with it. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible? That means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. It's gonna get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. Now that the op's finished, they can't get it to wake up, apparently. Oh my. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Well, he opens his eyes, Ladyship. I swear I shall get word to you. In a matter of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? We don't tend to share sunshine, not with the general public. In that case, Gracie, how about some herbal tea? Always with the tea. Ah, lovely. Ta very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Saying that then. Searching the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man. Well, you were shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Ah! I don't like to ask such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Blue. So now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts to Mr. Windibank's blood. Then who's green? Let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon. Used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runa look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that... I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? It must be the same gun. Last night, I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here. Now it's the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. He never had a single bullet load in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. Not only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Published story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But, at once. Yes. Ah. It was there. Iris' story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he'd deposit it here. But still, it's early to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. The Hound of the Baskervilles. The Hound of the Baskervilles. They thought us to know the exact title of this unpublished story. Suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. So sorry. With all these articles that have been deposited, the room is stuffed full of them. Can't believe how many there are. Bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some Norse paintings. Look! People's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. Or at least there would be enough for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. What do you make of this? Ah, what are we here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is a ticket from McGilda's Overcoat, the one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, Who knows right, Greg? See? It is the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I know doubt you the LA ship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? Seeing that Mr. McGilden, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilden's overcoat. Eh? You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yacht and examine it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGill deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? You have any idea what it is, Bexy? Any idea at all? That article belonged to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue. Well, yes. I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my baubles, I will. I'll go barking. There's no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough soft from you, Sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Ah yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of that shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. You must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been Mr. Gilded. That information is not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. They're very sensible of you, I'm sure. It's getting old. Ah! You jumped on my skin there? How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? For trials tomorrow, we must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember Uno? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. Deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. Okay, so we had better hurry back to the prison and then talk to Gina again. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by the original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They have all got little price labels on them, but there are so many. I wonder if the small box this sticker was for is still on the shelf somewhere. Mr. McGill deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if finding good promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes. Oh, sorry. It's the safest place to store anything. More secure than the bank's vault. Perhaps the small box of Mr. Gill contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Ow, why? That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I'm gonna let that happen. This takes me back. It's been some time since you saw the sun lust through me. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. Ah! The police must have finished questioning her then. Well, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh, it didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It means we were able to investigate it at Windibanks. Oh, right. I just want to know how we got on. You've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying. That I did it. That's not... Gina, came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? Let's submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. You sure you lost our fight all of a sudden? Know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Fortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. Mr. Naruhodo, and all of us, know that you're innocent of this crime. But we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is. There are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. Thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With the one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? There's another documents we need. All I have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip them up and chuck them, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. This cell ain't facing enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. One stubborn pickpocket. Alright, yeah, this Baskerville story. It's the latest Holmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured, it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on! Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We know why you done it for the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I think you can do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Grown up to a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling ya, that manuscript ain't at Windibanks. You'd seen it if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Jenny, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It wasn't because of Iris, that's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. Wanted to know if Mr. Jones was being honest, if he'd really deposited manuscripts at Windibanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But ours ain't like mine. She's got a dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be odder. That's why she writes us stories. They're about a dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway, last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah? You're so thoughtful. And so kind, Jenny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ain't all this chummy nonsense. Yeah, I ate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how it works. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. Leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you even looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Do you see this pawnbroker's ticket, Gina? It's the one you took to Windibanks, isn't it? The one for that black overcoat that you're wearing now. Eh? What? That? I don't know. They all look the same to me, those tickets. Surely not. Well, this one has a very obvious mark on it that would appear to be blood. Eh? Does that ring any bells? I don't know. It all looks the same to me. Blood. Say to me these answers. Suspicious. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. The stress you find in mind will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Jenny. I'm going to shoot. Purple. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. Oh, coat is covered in blood. Of course. Like how the fabric was masking the stains. That's why I haven't seen them until now. The blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color. Which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes. Now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Ah, yes. It was the brickmaster, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling the Alpha story! You can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGildy's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this isn't his testimony. Look at this overcoat now. It's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. Now, if that's what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. For this pattern of blood. That letter over Mr. McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The truth culprit, in that case, Mr. Mason's killer. Been playing too much Splatoon. Naruhodo. That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from the trial. I used all that twisted testimony, all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him, though? You believe Mr. McGilda was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Getting to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Cool, sounds like in this empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into, believing that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone's always stabs you in the back in the end. Says you let down your guard, you add it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get up by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? If you'd like to make... What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm-a-believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me and after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Definitely trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh? Are you off-baked? Not all. You not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo? Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago. It got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's no more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I could promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. Yeah, you some I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. She's taken herself off the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the other stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone's being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy! Oh dear me, I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening on our conversation? Good grief, listen in then! No, no, no! I just got word that there was some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it was after hours. I'll show your ladyship. I only just arrived, this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye, bye. It's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharply, Lord Strongheart will, well, emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. Gregsy's so funny. He says such silly things. Certainly entertaining to see an inspector at the police responding to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Send the clerk's offices now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Usato. Can I escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo? I shall meet you there later. So our investigation came to an end. Clandestine prayers were my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Shut before her eyes, Gina was arrested. All in the back of the news that her father has fallen ill, and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet, I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. Know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. Just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here for a short time, but my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learnt something. And what would that be? Seems to me, there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? Like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets. What is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all those facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. I think it's very important. Do you know what time you'll leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. Shall be leaving here at 4 AM. I see, well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. Oh, wrong button. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. Oh. Well, please for me, do try. What do you mean? Oh my! I nearly forgot! Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes, from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. Seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. With my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. Judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. Let's finish packing up my things in my room. So, son, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Why? What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shut down. Shut down? Please, I implore you. If we had to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. The big sides. At least drag me to my bed. Susato-san. Also, when we hit a to be continued, I'm getting up to grab some pizza. It has been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. ... Hey, Velen! How you doing? The small hours. Yes, I quite understand. That's a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. Yang might or might not be here. Depends on if she stepped off to eat. My dear madam. Oh boy. Just in BDO 2. Oh yeah, Yang's super deep into BDO and is doing that seasonal grind. But yeah, Velen, you're here right on time for us to do the trial, which is gonna take a while. Well, actually, wait. I'm actually half debating it. Because, I decided to peek over to the guide. And including the part we're about to be at, that is going to be 4 parts. I think I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and postpone this to next Friday. Because, like, oh yeah, I'm determined to do this. This investigation is gonna be a whole trial in and of itself. Not to mention I'm, like, super hungry. So, sad to say, I feel like we're gonna have to pause the stream here. And, continue this on Friday. But, hey, got something cool to look forward to tomorrow. Which is a game that I've been looking forward to quite a bit. Just gotta change this right quick. Actually, you know what? Because this one is last week's, because I keep on forgetting to change it. There we go. Tomorrow is Proto Droid Delta, a game that has been... that I backed on Kickstarter back during the beginning of the pandemic, and is gonna be finally available. Well, it was released on the 25th. But still. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Can't wait to play that. Sorry that you popped right in right when I was stopping, but 1, I'm hungry, and 2, I don't have another 4.5 hours to do all that. Probably more, because the trials take a long time. So, I hope everyone has a... I'll have to get into it eventually. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, hope everyone has a wonderful night, wonderful day. I shall see y'all tomorrow. And... bye.